Live. Hello everyone, please let me know if the audio works fine. I think it's clipping a little bit, so I'm going to lower it very slightly. For whatever reason, if you think that it is not loud enough, just let me know. Although if you cannot hear this, you cannot tell me that it is not loud enough. Well, worst case, let me know afterwards. Um, yeah, I'm trying to be chirpy here because it's not exactly the easiest of times for anybody, and I guess. Um, as I said on my blog, I cannot really do much tech. I cannot focus on tech right now. I can barely focus on my day job. And so I thought I will try to get some basic like things done while I do this. Um, and I may as well just do it live because why not? Yeah, so as you see on the screen, and you should be seeing on the live stream and the video, flameeyes.com/Ukraine 2022. It's a Just Giving page. It's much easier to link this way. It goes into Just Giving donation page for the Ukraine British aid. Sorry, British Ukrainian aid. Yeah, like this charity over here, I looked them up. I have actually tried to figure out who they are and what they're doing. They seem to be existing. They seem to have been active before all of this started. Yeah, I don't feel like commenting on the situation itself because it's just, yeah, everything is just awful. And so in the meantime, these guys are actually collecting money for medical supplies, which are definitely needed, because it's a war and people with medical issues, like say diabetes, will need medicine. And it's not just, yeah, it's this is not my field. This is not what I usually will worry about. This is not what I will usually talk about. But yeah, it's those kind of times where any little help, even if you don't go and shop at Tesco. So if you want to join me, feel free to donate on the Just Giving page, or if you found some other local charity that you know better and you trust better. I'm not going to say otherwise. I understand that like it's easier when you can trust the people you're giving money to directly. This has been recommended to me by a couple of people and has been listed on the Ukrainian British Society pages, which I linked to on my blog post. So this is the one that I'm looking at. As for what we are going to be doing today, actually I should probably have pulled that pull request out. So let me do that right now. I'm starting with a few Home Assistant changes that I need to go through. Namely, there is this pull request that I'm now putting up on the video, which is about trying to, it's a long review by now, so I'm trying to not go too much into details on the review yet. Yeah, there is a bit of explanation. Essentially, this is about the Home Assistant seeing support, probably hearing the sirens, because as always, it's London. Also, today it's warm enough that the window opened by itself this morning, now that I had it automated on Home Assistant, so that's good. More practically, these changes the way the state is reproduced by Home Assistant when recovering a scene or when applying a scene that includes a fan, which has preset modes. Which fans have preset modes? As it turns out, the Dyson fans, like the one that is just close to my head on top of me, which I think is currently turned off. Hopefully it will be working. Let me try and see. I actually have two Home Assistant instances, the one that I'm going to be using for working on this, and I have my actual Home Assistant where everything is configured. Let me check on that one if the study fan is available and working. It says it's working. Let me try. And you should be hearing it now in the background. So yes, it is working. I just turned it off because we don't need this right now. Anyway, what happened with this is Home Assistant has fans that support percentage, speed, and preset mode. So let me pull up the fan entity docs. Fan entity docs. So there is a percentage setting which defaults to none, and there is a preset mode that also defaults to none. And the idea is that if you set a preset mode, if no preset mode is set, preset mode property must be set to none. If you don't have a preset mode, you want to set the percentage. Manually setting a speed must disable any preset mode. So the idea is that you can switch from one to the other, which is handy but doesn't really work. What happens right now is that both of those are saved no matter what their setting is. So even if they're none, they're going to be set to whatever value, including none. And when recovering out of it, it will try to set percentage mode or preset mode, depending on which one you're setting, to none. Except that's not valid, and so it will actually error out. To turn it on, you have a special setting over here, which is percentage and preset mode. This documentation is about the latest release of Home Assistant, stable release that has happened. This has changed. This one still includes speed and speed count, but is now gone. Both are all deprecated already for many months, and so the turn on option here no longer has speed, it only has percentage and preset. The pull request that I'm working on is, let's say, this one, which is actually my second pull request for trying to solve the same issue. The issue in the meantime has been marked closed for reasons. And my first solution was this other pull request over here, which was only storing which one of the two was not known. Now I'm told that that may actually work out right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with checking, writing the code so that it repeats this thing. If the preset mode or the percentage are known, don't write them. And then only recover whatever is not known. This is likely different because this actually is going to sirens more. This was actually only trying to do it for the free attributes. What I was suggested here was just like not setting this in the scene instead of setting it in none. And that is on all the properties that are not supported, because there are other properties in the entity, namely this oscillating boolean can be known. I think that's it, but let's see. So let me switch over to code. Here's my VS Code, and I'm going to open components and init. So well, this is the test. I will need the tests as well, but not right now. So here we are. The attributes are percentage and percentage step, oscillating, direction. Is direction not documented? Our current direction. So, okay, it supports direction as well. I think the documentation out of date. And I also want to pull out of that because like it's always nice to start something. Okay, so yeah, it's interesting because that's his current direction, but then it's called other direction. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this only sets the supported feature if the state attributes if they are available. This also need to do these supported features and support set speed. Yeah, I don't think this should be here anymore. Oh, because it needs to. Well, let's do what I've been asked to, which is over here. Is a percentage. So what this should do will be if the value is not set to none, and this two can be set to none even though they support the feature, don't set the feature there. That means that when you restore, you don't need to worry as much. Which also means that in reproduce state here, where I do simple attributes and speed and modes attributes, I don't quite need this match. It's not quite true. I still need to do this. If a state is not on and I want to turn it on, I need to be able to fetch the speed and modes attributes. So those two will still happen. But otherwise, I can just set all the attributes together. So what's going to be here is so these are going to be and these two are going to be exactly the same plus speed and mode. And this then is going to be attributes, speed and mode actually. So let's speed and mode. So keeping an eye if there is any notification, please, if you're watching and you haven't retweeted my tweet, please go ahead and retweet my tweet. If you haven't shared the Facebook event and you want to share the Facebook event, please do that. I'll be around here until 6 p.m. because today I'm not working. They gave us a company day off. Most of the big tech company did that one day or the other. I think other employers had it last week before, I don't remember. And in general, like, I had nothing better to do. The weather is awful. I'm sorry, not awful. Like, it is awful, but the weather is awesome. In the sense that I would have loved to be out, but today is not a day that it's possible to be out. A, because I'm on call, so if by chance my phone rings and I disappear, that is the reason I'll be back. And B, just today we cannot go out, so it was easier for me to just do this. I would have done this either way, even if I was not streaming, but I decided to just do it while I'm streaming, because, well, okay, so if we want it to be on, but it's not currently on, turn it on by setting speed and mode. That's fine. Now, what we can do here is on all the attributes, not just a simple one, just on all the attributes, if the value is not what it's currently set to, which it wouldn't, like, okay, this is not going to, so the restore state code here, but the reproduce state, sorry, not restore state, the reproduce state code from Home Assistant takes the state that is written in the state file of a scene and then applies it. But it doesn't apply it synchronously. It will write all the service calls, like all the service it needs to call to turn on the fan and set it exactly how you expect it to be. But it will do that all at once at the end. So over here, if you see this await async call. I'm not sure why. I would possibly have changed this to just append the async call and then wait on them, but this is also doing blocking and synchronously. So it's not quite clear to me why it is doing it this way. It's also extra fun because for turning it off, it actually does it once. It just turns off the thing. So that's a bit strange. The other thing it does is it will call the attribute, the set attributes for anything that is different from a current state to the other, just to avoid messing with it. We're not going to be able to skip this for the speed and mode attributes. I mean, we could, but I don't think it's worth it, in the sense of we will just turn it on with a certain percentage or preset mode, and then we will call to set percentage and preset mode exactly to the one we just set it to. So it's going to be an op, should be an op. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to remove this part over here. All the attributes are attributes that show up. Attributes percentage and these attributes would already be set, but it's change right. Now this should work, but I'm not sure yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to run the test because I'm fairly sure the test will fail now. The reason for that is the reproduce state test here. I'm fairly sure it's going to fail because the not this one, the component itself, no, tests, components, fun, tests, reproduce state. There you go. I wrote most of this test for the pull request, and it expects that you're not calling. Hey, this is not. This has a invalid state here. And this is just going to fail. I don't remember if this test is going to fail together. But what this does, it expects that there are no calls to set percentage mode when turning on with a percentage. This is going to fail because now it's going to call set percentage mode with exactly the same percentage. Which is fine, like it's absolutely fine. It's a no, it's not a problem, but that means I need to change the test. Also, if I look at the, and I'll show you in a moment, if I look at the previous time I did this, there were a bunch of places that assume that utter per set mode is known, when instead it should be the utter per set mode is not there. But I'm going to fix that afterwards. For now, what I want to do is I'm going to start my development home assistant. There we go. It'll take a while because I have not. Oh, it may actually fail, but let's see. Because I haven't changed this since the pull request, which I just made. I'm also going to. Loaded, everything is fine. Yeah, okay, let's see. Switching over to browser. And yes, I'm using Tailscale. Still waiting. Still starting. Oh, because it's setting. Okay, now it's installing a bunch of dependencies. Still waiting. Okay, and it started. And you can also see the next step is going to be about the HTA7000, which is a soundbar that I use. And yes, I did get convinced by Techmon suggesting it. I really enjoy the voice enhancement mode when watching like YouTube videos or non-action packed TV series like Golden Girls. Makes it much easier to actually listen to it without having to take the volume too loud. So, fun. This is a poor cold desk, which is the one that is just on top of me. As you can see, it has a preset mode and the speed, and if I hit auto, speed should go away. And there you go, and the speed did go away. It didn't signal it, I don't know why, but anyway. If I turn it on, now it's turned on with a speed, because that was the last thing it knew. And it's very loud. If I click auto, this should go back to auto, and the speed somehow doesn't go away, but it should go away. Okay, one thing at a time, I guess. And this can set the direction. It also can set the angle low and angle high, because technically you can configure the angle of it rotating, oscillating, but yeah, I haven't bothered with that yet. One thing at a time, as we say. So, if I now go into automation and scenes, and I create a new scene, so new scene and set auto, and I'm going to add this device. I'm going to keep this one to auto and on. Fine, perfect. Then I'm going to create a new one, which is fan set to 10%. I'm going to add this one again. I'm going to add this one to 10%. There you go. I love a fail to call service, but it should do fine. Invalid speed 0. That's interesting. There is also a bug in libdyson, because libdyson is raising a value error instead of formatting it. It also means that the HA dyson, oh, you can see this one, sorry, switching over to coding. So yeah, if you try to set the percentage to 0, it should turn itself off. It should not actually do any of this. Yeah, okay, well, I'll fix one thing at a time, as we say. But I'm going to just take a copy of this, and I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to keep it here. Keep that to the side, not that way, this way. Because that's not what I want to fix right now. So this sets the fan to 10%, good, fine. And then I'm going to fan set off. To add the same device, this one is off, close, save. Now these should be the scenes. Let me just make sure that, come on. There is a scenes.yaml. I just want to make sure it doesn't put the serial number or any other information that is actually privileged or like important. In the scene file, it doesn't look like it does. It has an ID and everything else. Okay, so let's go back to coding, and I can show you what I'm saying. So this is the state as saved in the scene. You can see it saves the angle low and angle high. I don't think it restores that in any possible way, because to restore those you need to set them. I mean, we could be fixing that while we're at it. But that's in the HA dyson implementation. Like it's the local dyson mode. It's the local dyson component for that. So fan set to auto, preset mode is auto, state is on. Percentage step is still 10, but there is no percentage. Direction oscillating are there, direction oscillating are there. This one is percentage 10, perfect, yes. There is no preset mode. And this is percentage step, it's there, percentage is still 10, state is off. It's going to ignore percentage and anything else because the state is off. That's the only thing it restores. If it is state off, the scenes will only do that. So let's see. The fan is now running. I'll hit fan set to off. And indeed, the fan got set to off. Now I hit fan set to 10%. And it is set to 10%, speed 1. And if I set this to auto, fail to call scene. Okay, let me try this again. Fail to call service, scene turn on, expected int for dictionary data percentage. So this is also not working. So in reproduce state, also wait, it's not logged anywhere. That's going to be another good question. Can I see this in the configuration? Settings, logs, load full log. Now load full log is exactly the same as I have output here. Okay, so this one is not. How do I see more of the information? Because if I go into info, no. Okay, let's see where that is. I'm going to open a new terminal. When I hit set to auto, I get a fail to call service scene turn on. Oh, it's a voluptuous, I think. Is oh, that's a lot of right. Feed, screen, logic, translation. That doesn't help me. That's probably not good. Failed to call service. Failed to call service. Yeah, that's a better I'm getting. Okay, so because I want to enable logging, Home Assistant for no set up. Fine, Home Assistant name service start with helper service maybe. Is it making the service go on? Does it log anything? It might. Error, warning, 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 error. Doesn't do anything useful with that. What about that flow dot? Does voluptuous have any? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that doesn't help me either. Okay, let's get into the configuration, logs. How do you spell voluptuous? Voluptuous. Okay. Debug, and then assistant dot helpers service. Okay, let's close this. And let's restart it. Ignore all the song pal noise for now, like that's going to be the next thing to fix. Set fun to auto. No. Expect the int or dictionary value at data percentage. Where are percentage? Percentage is set. Only those two. Oh, I have a feeling I know why. So over here, I'm going, hey, if the attribute is different than the current attribute, but I'm not waiting for it to turn on. Which means if the current attribute is 10 and the new attribute is none, I'm actually going to go ahead and try to request it to be none. Okay. So the first option is to complete the on and off on the scene and then set the attributes. So that will essentially mean copying this async call here, put it here directly. Or I'm going to cheat, and over here so over here I'm going to go for other in speed and mode attributes or state sorry, to be no, I don't need the service, yeah, that's fine. Current state author is going to be equal state of attributes.get. So when I do this, it will override the current percentage and preset mode that was in the state and just say, hey, by the way, this is going to be this after my call, which should solve the issue at the source. Okay, now we started it, and if I set this to auto, I'm still expecting an int for the dictionary. Oh, I still need to special case them. So, okay. Oh, this is annoying. So that doesn't work because right now it's already on. So if I do it this way, yes, it will avoid the second call, but it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to restore to what I had before, like just call it. So let me show you what I mean. Go to browsing again. So right now the fun is running, and if I click set to auto, I get an error, which says that expected dictionary for percentage. That's because none is different from 10, and so it tries to set the percentage to none. That still is happening. Now if I set the fun to off, it will actually activate it, it's fine. If I now set it to auto, actually I reset because it's the code where I was actually changing the state, which by the way does not work. Yeah, so let me restart this. Okay. Fine is set to off, and I can set to off how many times I want, it's fine. If I try to set it to auto from off, I'm still getting that percentage error there because percentage is null. If I set this to off, oh, because in off I'm actually storing both percentage me, I like the code is storing. So we'll go back to coding. Here's where it does. So this doesn't care if the fan is on or off. And I think that's intentional. Yeah. Trying to figure out if there is anything I can do with that. I don't. Yeah, the value must be between 0 and 100. So when it's off, it should be 0. But that also means it's not going to be known. Ha. Okay. Okay, let me start with leaving this as a note. I'm not going to leave it on this browser. So I'll be typing. In the meantime, folks, if you are here and seeing this live, feel free to leave a message on the chat. Like, I'm happy to go ahead and chat and get questions and whatever. Okay, so I'm typing in because I need to explain what's going on here. So the problem I'm having is essentially, let me show you what I have. This thing says that the percentage must be between 0 and 100, with 0 being off. Now, when you turn it on or off, there is nothing but set percentage to 0. You can implement that on your side, and that's what, as I said, HA Dyson should do. If you set percentage to 0, it should turn itself off. Fortunately, this has two problems. If you set percentage to 0, yeah, that's a mess. Because if you set percentage to 0 and it turns itself off and you put that in a state, or if you sync the percentage to 0, it doesn't have any percentage to turn on to. Yeah, so that's going to be... Let me type this one in properly. If the implementation takes percentage equals 0 or set percentage, So if I store the state of the entity with state of percentage equal known and preset equal known, it's an invalid state. See, I'm not sure. I think my original implementation worked better because my original implementation only required changing reproduce state, and like a bunch of valid states will just reproduce correctly with that. Yeah. Because if I'm doing it this way, so assuming these parts still, like the percentage should only be set if it is not known, and same thing, the preset mode should only be set if it is not known. Those two parts are, I think, that is correct to do. Now on the reproduce side, I don't think we can simplify this because it needs to turn on, and if it didn't turn on and you're switching from one to the other, you want to do it that way. Okay, let me see. How much did they change to produce state from my pull request? Yeah, that's the only thing I'm doing. So git stash this, git stash dash dash. Yes, git status. Yes, fine. So if I start this again, so everything should have started. So the fan is currently off. I turn it on with auto. It activates with auto. If I set it to speed 1, it's set to speed 1. Back to auto, back to auto. Speed 1, speed 1, off, off. Speed 1 from off, fine. Auto, fine. Off, off. Auto from off, works. Okay, so this part is fine. So all those transitions work. Okay. Now the next step from this is the PyTest on fan reproduce state should work fine. Yeah, there you go, because it's perfectly reasonable. If I need to remember how to remove the charts from there. If I run all of the fan component tests, they all pass. But I know from the last time that that's not going to be enough. Which files did I end up changing? The conz. I can probably just run all the test fan, don't I? So I'm going to run all the components start test fan. Pip install -r requirements test. Oh. Okay, let's give it some time for it to install everything. Yes. So the state transitions are fairly complicated. I'm not sure if I want to go ahead and drop that part of a change. I think I will want to keep that part of a change and fix the writing of states. Because that way I know that for sure it works. There's too many transitions. Reset mode. Reset mode. Page. Page. Set mode. Reset mode. On percentage. On percentage. Like this is going to be a lot of it. So even if I this is still running in the meantime. I mean, the good thing of this is that I only need to care about which mods actually are in the state. So I can technically change that. Like I could change this part of the code over here. Because this one is just checking. So this check if the value is not known by using get. So if I check if value is in the state attributes and it is different. So if I change that and that there, so I avoid that state at attributes get. But if I check if it is there and it is different, but should work to simplify this a bit. Uh, okay, well, this one installs. Let me just try this. So git stash to that file. So here, instead of if value if the getting the value from the state attributes for return not default to none is different from that. So I'm going to go if value, sorry, if at in state.attributes and state.attributes, and now I can use square bracket here because I already checked that it is there. It's different from the I'm going to get that and do that. We'll do it this way. It's kind of awful, isn't it? If I put this one over here, does it make it any better? No, not really. Okay. Let me avoid that part of that. And okay. That's also kind of terrible. If at not in state attributes, continue. It's easier to read this way. And now it's going to be if value column equal. Now I can put this part over here. What do I mean? But parenthesis not close. But parenthesis is close. What are you talking about? Oh, it lost connection. Ready to bet, but it is this pi the problem. Give me a second. Connecting from the other machine. Disconnected. Possible that the NAC that is running all of this just died a little bit. Yeah, it's not responding to pings. Not even on a local network. Yeah. So that's kind of a problem with trying to test all of them. All of the Home Assistant stuff. Sometimes it just this happens. Sorry, give me a second. Yes, so this is going to be mostly a Home Assistant afternoon, I think, because lots of Home Assistant stuff that I need to fix. The other thing, as I was previewing earlier, is I have a separate pull request for SongPal. SongPal is what Sony uses to control some soundbars and some speakers, a bunch of speakers, including Bluetooth speakers. I don't have the details. Reload window. Yeah, it reloaded. So the is this one is fine. If I reformat this is fine. Okay, let's see if this one works. SongPal is what Sony provides for accessing some soundbars, including the HTA 7000. What did I say? I did get after seeing the review by Techmon. I'm really enjoying it. It's working very, very well, and Songpal makes it very nice. Okay, let's see. Now it's set to auto. If I set this to percentage, it goes to percentage. Set this to auto, it goes to auto. Set to off, it goes to off. It will have a percentage set by default. So if I set to auto, it works. Back to off. 10% works. Okay, so all of these change states here work fine. Now, how to handle set percentage 0, that's a different question. Okay, this part works fine. Now, if I go back to coding, where we are, I'm going to terminate this. And let's see if that's PyTest. Go. Of course, now it's failing because it's actually sending more requests than it should. In particular, yeah, it set preset mode after set percentage. Okay, this is interesting. This is percentage state. Why is it calling preset mode none? Oh, because preset. Okay, so for this to work, the modern fan state, there you go. Percentage and preset mode. This actually needs to have the percentage state there, because otherwise it's not going to ever work. And this one is going to be modern fan of percentage state. And it didn't actually rename it, okay. Of percentage state. And the reason for that is because the transition from percentage to like the two transitions are different, from off with percentage to on with preset. And this one is going preset mode. So this is going to be at preset mode auto. Okay. So this one is percentage doesn't have mode, this doesn't have mode, and this does have mode. Now, what I don't remember, there is a way to run all of these and then run it once from the off state and one from the other. So let me just Google it up a little bit, because I don't remember how to do that after I run this place once. Yeah, okay, so this is calling preset mode auto after the turn on. Yeah, this one is fine. Is that the only one that fails? No, it says a 4 of them fail. Test turn on, modern turn on, invalid, percentage preset mode. What's the invalid one? I don't remember what invalid one is. Okay. 219. Let's start from bottom. So this one from percentage off, this calls fun entity turn on and then sets the direction. I also want to expect these to be 1, and I want this to be this way. It should now give me 3 failures. Yes, there you go. So that's perfectly fine. That's exactly what I want, but intended. And the reason why that is intended is because... Oh gosh, now I need to change the... Oh gosh, this is going to be a lot. So, the reason why these 3 turn on are failing is that the reason? It might not be, let's see. So the turn on preset mode, same thing here, it expects a preset mode, which is that one. And the 161, which is over here, this one is failing. Why is 161 failing? Because it goes set percentage 15. Oh, did I make it start with 10? So this actually... percentage 10. So this is going to be extra fun, because if I had set the 2 percentages the same way, this would have been different. So this is now 161. Yeah, this is going to turn on from the state of turn on with an invalid config. Speed percentage preset modes all known. But this is not what this modern fun percentage is. Because I do actually want a simple one. Modern fun on valid state is going to be at percentage. Well, actually, I want it not to have at a percentage or preset. So it's going to be this way. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of tests because the state transition, there are lots of state transitions. So this is the invalid state. Turn on percentage, turn on invalid. So this one will turn on the invalid state. But will turn on with just fun. Will not call anything else. Should probably error out. But it's an invalid state anyway. Okay, this one turn percentage fails, which is okay, it's this one. And as I said, this one is correct. So this one is actually going to be 1, and indeed this one will get a set percentage mode called with the same percentage. I don't want to start hassle on the tests. Now the test should pass and should be fine because 7 passed, all of them are fine. Percentage. Now if I from same percentage. So if I do this and I copy this one to be percentage 15, I should be expecting this one to be 0 again. And indeed, what happens? So what happens here is, if the percentage is set to the same value in the state as you're setting it to, it's not going to call set percentage because it's already there. Otherwise, it will count as having to change it, so it will change it, like it will change it once for turning on and another one for later. But again, one thing at a time. Yeah, one thing at a time. Okay, so this part should take care. Now the PyTest problem. Let's go browsing for a moment. Pi test fixtures, I think what I want. No. Oh yeah, but you Pi test fixture, and you give it a name. First entry. Can request more than 150. Now that's fine, but that's not what I want, right? How to use fixtures that you don't have to request. Yeah, but that's not sharing fixture, closed classes, packages or session. Fixture errors. Tear down, cleanup, yield. No, that's not what I... Save fixtures, fixtures availability. I'll need this later anyway. Okay. I test parameter, parameterize fixtures and test function. Okay, mark, parameterize, test input expected, and then one of these. Okay, back to coding. Let me just tweet because why not? Okay, tweeted it just in case. Yes. Parameterize tests. Yes, there are a bunch of people who are parameterizing this. Awesome. So this also needs a turn. Oh, I have a turn off preset mode state. So modern turn on invalid. This can be pytest mark parameterize. This is going to be start state, and this is going to be modern fun of %10, modern fun of %15, modern fun of preset mode. Okay, either of those will do. This is going to take. Do I need cap log? I don't need cap log. Cap log is for the previous state that it was. This is going to be start state instead. There you go. And this is going to be this one. Now, if I run this one, I should now have a bunch more tests. No, because I have not imported it. Whoops. Do I need to import Node? Yeah. Not bit of it. Let's see how this one works. 10 passed. Okay, so this one is working. This added a bunch of more start state. From any of the start state, the invalid should all be exactly the same and not change. May want to check the cap log later, but maybe one thing at a time. This is percentage from different percentage. So this one expects the call. And this one then needs to be either of these two here from either preset mode or percentage. Turn on percentage from different state. because it's going to be a different state. Start state, and it's going to be the non-percentage from same state. Yeah, that's the from same state is a bit different, from different speed, maybe from different speed. Same speed. And the reason for that is because this one will set the turn on percentage is going to be the same between the two, and this one requires the percentage to be exactly that only. From turn on preset mode, from different speed, and I'm going to copy this one again. Did I do different and same? Yes, I did different and same. I'm going to add the same here as well, from same speed. And so this is going to be modern fun of preset mode auto state, actually. I'm going to rename this one as well. And you'll see why in a moment. I'm going to do this one over here because I'm also going to add a echo state. So the reason for that is I modeled this originally to the Dyson fans that have either auto mode or a fixed speed. And the reason why I did it that way is because that's what I had over here, but it is not the only state that it can have, and it can also have like an echo state, which means I want to turn on also from a different preset mode to a current preset mode. So this one needs to have from auto state and an echo state. These are all state transitions that are valid. So percentage time 15, auto, and echo state, all four of them for invalid should behave the same. Either of the auto and echo modes with a different speed here should be the same. This one is only one. From different speed, this is going to be similar to this one over here. Actually, I'm going to copy this one. So this one has all four of the starting states. Turn on preset mode from different speed, yes. And this is going to be start state. So this one will be everything except auto state, because that's the one I don't care for right now. And preset mode from same speed. Yeah, that's fine. Auto state to auto state. And I'm going to other fan on preset mode auto state. Which also means this one is going to be percentage 15 state. This is going to be a mess, but okay. Turn on preset mode same speed auto state, off to on preset mode auto state. Yeah, that's fine. Turn on preset mode reverse from any that is different. Yeah, from any that is different. I'm going to take these ones over here. And percentage to preset, preset to percentage. And then it's going to be, well, okay, let's see if all of these work. 10 passed, 1 error, no start state. Yes. Test modern, turn on preset mode. Oh yeah, I need to pass start state. Okay, let's see. 4 failed. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Turn on preset mode from same speed. So 300. From same speed, from preset mode auto to preset mode auto. Oh, it doesn't call. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. From the same, I needed to remove this one. It stays the same, so it doesn't care. And percentage from different speeds. So 188. This function here. From different speed, it actually does need to call the set percentage mode. Oh, I think I inverted those. From same speed. Okay, I did invert those two. Yeah, so this one should go here. This one should be 0. And this one should start from. Okay, 18 tests all passed. Now, this is preset mode reverse, modern percentage to preset. This is not just to preset. Going to do a start state. And this is going to be modern fun. I need on, yes, modern fun on percentage in state, modern fun on preset mode echo state. Did I add this one? I didn't, did I? So I'm going to add it now. Fun on preset mode auto state, preset mode echo state. And that because I did not rename it. I did not. I did. Let me type it later. Very sad. And modern percentage. State. That one also does not exist. I know. I'm going to add it now. And the reason why I need this shoe is because I want to make sure that between percentage state changes, it still works exactly as expected. So this is modern to preset 1015 mode echo. So you do the same. And then I'm going to, on this one, modern preset to percentage. Modern fun on preset state. And I'm going to remove the 15 state because that's the one I'm actually using. And start state. Preset mode auto state. Oh, that's because I mistyped this one as well. Wow, it's fixed. Okay, let's see how much. 22 of them and they're all passing. Awesome. This part is fine. Now, preset mode same speed. This one does percentage to preset. I think I use the reverse only one. Preset mode. This is going to be preset mode. Auto reverse. So why do I do the reverse one now? I'm checking it, turn on preset mode reverse. Okay, this is one from any of these states. Turn it on. Make sure reverse is fine. Now I'm going to add another state transition check, which is from auto to auto. So switching only reverse directions. So actually we'll want to do start state, stop state, and direction. So it's going to be test modern direction. This is going to be a bit of a mess, isn't it? So I do want to get this direction reverse and direction forward. Like these are all direction forward and only one has direction reverse. I will want to check that it will send them both. Only one should be fine. So start state is modern fun on reset mode auto state. And this is going to be modern, fun on reset mode reverse state. So this one should be percentage mode should be 0. I want this to be set directions code. This one is 1. So this is going to be these two here, and it's going to be at direction, and it's going to be direction. It should be test number 23 and passing. Yes, okay, so that's fine, but transition works fine. Modern to percentage, modern to preset, and these are changing just the percentage and the presets. Both of those are tested fine, and but one tests fine. Yeah, this is switching to 15% speed, and this one switching to preset mode auto. Okay. Preset mode auto in reverse direction. To preset mode, we preset with the same preset mode state. So now with different preset mode state with the same percentage of the state with a different percentage of the state. Okay, these are a lot of different state transitions, but they should all work fine. Okay. This is going to take a while to figure out what's the next step on this one. But one thing at a time, as I keep saying, this part is fine. Now if I test components are test fun.py, this is going to error out from the conc because it's not installed. I need to be able to install more of these, but not test all. And the reason for that is because are the tests actually listing anything? No. The problem with that is if I try to install everything, last time this whole machine completely got stuck. It's not a very powerful machine. I don't know why it got stuck. I was not monitoring it. Freedom Pro. I'm going to do it this way because that way I can actually test, I can actually see which ones are needed. X gain X. Okay. Not the easiest of the chores, but it will do. Also, hey, I've been streaming for nearly an hour and a half. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody has donated anything. Please donate, because at this point, this is definitely more important than most of the open source things you may donate to decide your time. And also, please, please, please don't sabotage open source in general by using protestware. Seriously, no. Smart. How many more? A smart up. Of course I need to play smart up. That's the next one. Hatas Moto. Oh. By Wimo. By Wheelite. Oh, no. I was like, hey. No. ZHA works. I tried using ZHA. Huh? That's interesting. Invalid requirement half. Oh. There you go. I tried running most of this stuff in. How many of these are there? I think this was the last one. I hope. I tried running this on WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux, from my Windows machine, which is actually a lot more powerful, right? But unfortunately, the SoundCloud stuff requires UPnP to work, UPnP requires multicast to work correctly, and WSL networking is not that obvious or that easy. Why is it now erroring out with a bunch of them still failing? Okay, well, font. I'm also going to open a separate thing so I can actually monitor what's going on. Okay, that was easy. In modern forms, yes. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of mess. Okay, what it wants siphon for transfer. Now, that's not too bad, but it's going to take a while. No, it was faster than expected. And the last one was modern forms. Let's see now if it works. It's running them. Something is failing. I'll also have to run the Dyson one afterwards because Citas mod, I see demo. Did I fix them last time? I did fix them last time, so I assume that it is exactly the same because they are assuming that, yeah, preset mode is set to none rather than missing. Okay, so git status now. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to git commit amend reproduce states. Despite this depending on the change I'm going to make to the state writing, because this only works because I'm only setting the right attributes. Invalid error code ignore without code. That's lovely. Why is my pie failing this way? Ignore without code. Hit install. Let's see. I don't know if it managed to do the right thing, but we'll see. I think it required my pie is erroring out. I have no idea why, because it thinks that ignore without code is missing. This is yak sharing. This is pure and simple yak sharing. Git log my pie. Remove deprecated, remove Sonos. No. Git blame my pie. ini enable error code. This has changed recently. Bump my pi to 0.94. Okay. Running env mypi, but it doesn't say which version of mypi to run. If we do this, which version of mypi is installed in 0? .940. Let's see. If I do it this way, will it force an upgrade of mypi, which will actually let me do the right thing? Will it? Come on, it's running. Yes, it did. Awesome. Okay. Fun. We're restoring state. Use it on. Simplify. Restoring state from off. This simplifies the state function and using the full this of the turn on service, which allows keeping execution if that's done this. This also includes a full set of tests for the various state positions to make sure that only the required to make sure that that can be turned on or change parameters, no matter what the current state is. Okay, so this is going to be actually coming after the next change, which is the one that is going to fix the state to only solve the thing, but I need to revert this one. Also, git commit amend reset date. No, reset offer. Use message, try run. One of these should give me the ability to change the date. It's not reset date. You don't know git commit reset date. Git commit and reset date. No. This seems to be the way to do it. Okay. I find it a bit strange, but okay. This one is going to change the percentage. Like this, sorry, not the state that is being saved. And when I run the PyTest, it's going to fail because a bunch of this PyTest assumes that the thing is going to be present there, and like blah 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 blah. This is just going to run through all of them right now. Fine. What I'm going to do is to open another terminal because it's easier. I still have this commit from November in my local checkout, so that's fine. So I'm going to get this, and I'm going to filter this, and I'm going to include anything that is test1.py. Then I'm going to patch p1 should be enough. Bunch of these failed, some of these passed. So now check. I have 2 reject files, which I'm going to delete. And I'm going to rerun the PyTest. The reason why I'm doing this is because I fixed most of this in the past, so I don't feel I want to go ahead and go and change them. You can see that there are a lot fewer failures now. And that's because I have fixed, as I said, this in the past, and I didn't want to redo all those fixes. So now I have 18 failures. How many did I have earlier? I'm fairly sure it was more. Like this is now demo and DHA only. If I go back, can I go back that far? I may not be able to scroll back that far. I don't seem to be able to go back that far. I'm fairly sure there were more than these. I expected test fun to be already fixed, but okay. Sure. Okay, so turn on with preset mode and speed. This thing, test after percentage is known. This is going to change to assert at percentage is not in state. So this is going to be the thing. Like these need to check now that see this part was already changed. And these changes, like this is only one, like there are 2 changes we need to make. The other one is over here, and it's going to be exactly the same. Instead of asserting that the attribute is known, we need to assert that the attribute is not there. So these should take care of that. This one is exactly 1 failure, I think, because it's repeated. No, 2 failures, because it's 2 paths. Virtue 6 and then 457. So over here will be exactly the same thing. There you go. So assert with not in that, which is the same thing as you did here. And then the other one is on 457. Actually, it's the one below. I do wonder what does this do? Like, what does the ZHA1 does if the state of percentage is set to 0? This is the other thing where I need to do this. Anyway, this is just going to be a matter of changing all this. But now I invented, so ZHA fun.py. Let's see, what does this do? So, default on percentage. That's what it does. The percentage is known. Yeah, if it's set to off, it's set it to known there. That's what's going on there. Okay, there are 2 more, so 181 again here. variable. Assert percentage is not in state, it's going to be here. Turn off set percentage to 0 here because preset mode is not there. That's fine. And the other one is here. Asset preset mode not in. State on, state off. Yeah. Oh, I think it's this one because in state off it says assert percentage is known. This percentage is known. But that's not the case. So if expected percentage is not known, this is that, else this is it. This makes it a little bit more complicated and I don't particularly like it, but it will do. In the meantime, I'm going to check my blood sugar and see if I need to take a little break. Don't think so, but let me see. Nope. I still take a little break to get something to drink. 279 passed. This should be enough. I'm going to eat all of these. Black has reformatted some of these. I don't like how this part got formatted, so entity state is equal this part entity asset attributes. It's going to be much better because I'm not going to. Let me just run by test. Yes. Yeah, it just passed. This was the SDHA one. So, let's see what's going to throw at me. I don't think anything should throw at me at this point, but hey, you never know. Nothing's wrong. Okay. So. Sorry, just let me. Okay, this is going to be an interesting thing, a follow-up that I will write to the blog at a later time. That's going to be fun. Anyway, not for now. Fun. On the store. Okay. only store one of percentage 1%. Actually, technically, this isn't. So technically, this means that you can store percentage. Sorry, you can store neither percentage nor preset mode because it. I'm like you can have both of them as known. It's not legal if it's on, but it's legal if it's off. But this probably is easier to explain this way. I also like that this thing is like as long as it supports that speed, so like it has preset modes, even if it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to know one thing at a time. Set percentage to. This in the type code. Yeah. Okay, this will solve the problem. Now I'm going to save this part over here. That's the commit. The problem is that now I need to reverse the commits because I need to first only store the percentage and then set the preset attributes correctly. So git rebase dash I. No, 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 no. Let me see. Git rebase above. Git locked. Still there? Yes. Git rebase dash I origin that. Origin slash that. Why is no? What's my... Okay, I screwed something up. Give me a second. Git branch. I'm dead. Okay. Git checkout. Restore state. Okay. Git pull rebase origin def. Okay, rebased. Fine. Git rebase dash I. This by everything. Okay, let it finish, and worst case I will recover the previous state. Okay, this is trying to pick fun, only store 1%. What's this? Git rebase about. Origin div, origin hat, base design. Why is it? Git check out that. Git pull rebase. Git check out restore state. Git pull rebase origin. Git log. Git rebase dash I. Git rebase port. What the heck is going on now? Git rebase dash I origin slash dev. Better! Igen, papálnál. Git. Can. Git. Okay. There you go. Rebase. Push force GitHub. You okay? Okay. Let me leave a comment on the Git pull request, GitHub pull request, and then I'm going to send the view to Frank and Alan. Okay, there is some work that needs to be done here. Yeah, I think this one will do fine. Okay. We should do awaiting request to review, that's fine. this is not going to be a bug fix anymore. This is going to be an actual breaking change. Because it's going to change the way the state is written, so yeah. So for those curious to follow where the git pull request is, because that one I had to actually do separately. This is the pull request now. I just pushed the new branch. Somehow that one already passed everything. Oh, because I only checked the CLI because it's not there. Yeah, this one is running the rest. It's going to take a while before all of the tests run, but I don't expect any failure. So in 2 hours, I managed to at least finish this pull request properly, and it should be working fine, except that, let me go back to the coding window. Still got this. When it sets speeds to 0, it should turn itself off and not actually like setting the speed to 0. This is tricky because so the ZHA one, does demo fun does anything like that? Close orders. Fine. So that's demo fun. They have a default percentage. Demo percentage fun, set percentage, but not non. Preset mode turn on percentage. Yeah, it starts like if it doesn't have a percentage set, it defaults to percentage 67, which I don't like. Because essentially it means that you either decide a fixed percentage to turn on or you decide a preset mode to turn on. For the fun, I think this should have been fixed, like decided at one place, because this one does it at 67, but for instance, the ZHA one does it here with this default turn on percentage, which is 50. I guess I should write a proposal like, hey, we should simplify how this works. Because the other problem is not here, custom component, fun line. It doesn't have a restore state for the angle. That's another problem, but that's one thing at a time. I just keep saying one thing at a time. The fun entity, which is this one, if the percentage is 0 and it's not in auto mode, I don't know why it was bad, it turns off. So yeah, this part should not be here. And if preset mode, because this is still set, like this considers the auto mode, so it stores the settings and it can restore from it, which, yeah, okay. But when I turn it, like this device is on, the speed here, but can go away later. Percentage here is fine, as like if this is non, return non, otherwise return the current speed. This sets the percentage and it turns it off if it's 0 and it's not in auto mode. Actually, I need to change that then essentially. So this should disable preset mode. And over here, if it is in auto mode, return auto mode, otherwise return no. We should set preset mode. So if it is set to known, it disables auto mode and it goes back to switch, but that should not actually be there. Like set preset mode, I think that is not meant to even take known there. Let's see. So set mode. Yeah, preset mode needs to be a string. It should not be an optional string, so it should never be mode. So it should either be preset mode or none. Which means this should disable the preset mode. And then on turn on, yeah, if the preset mode and percentage are both known, it should just... But also, this one still has speed, which... Does this even still work? Turn on. Oh, because it takes any KUR. So like if you still have, like in this case, speed equal none, that's fine. Okay, so let me do this. I am going to take a very short break. I'll be right back. I'll possibly grab a Fritz because I still have one remaining Fritz ball at home. So I may grab that one as my last thing, and then I'll be back. In the meantime, please join me here. And I'm back. I decided not to take the Fritz for now, but that's going to still be fine. Let me just re-announce on Twitter as well. Okay, so let's go to HA Dyson. I am going to assume that it's easier at this point for HA Dyson to be... Well, I can ignore speed because speed is not going to be set anyway. Actually, let me also do one more thing, but I need to do... Sorry. Okay, sorry. So, yeah, I can remove this speed part here. We accept any keywords, so that doesn't really matter. So I can remove that first. So let me open a new tab. This one. Sorry, folks. Okay. I'm going to save this one. It's just going to remove the speed. Because we don't use speed anyway, anywhere. I can remove these two later, that's fine. Like it's going to add out on the next one when that happens, but for now, everything else should work fine. So status, hit commit HIV, and stop accepting speed. This will finally be removed in 2022 release. Okay, that part is fine. Now, we set speed. This returns the speed from the device speed. So the device speed should still be valid even if the device is off, as far as I know. Which means these turn on doesn't need to do anything if both of these are no. So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to remove this preset mode optional string. This one is string. This can only be string. It cannot be no. Because the upstream only takes no. So this one is going to just remove this part over here. So if the preset mode is auto, it enables auto mode. Otherwise, it just says no. Now, the other problem of this is set percentage. So I'm going to not touch that part over there for now, for a turn off. But I'm going to set speed and start.device.disable auto. So when I do this, this does disable auto mode. Yeah, that's fine. So when I set the percentage, I wanted to disable the auto mode. Do we have a test for the fun? I can write for this one. Test ISO local test fun. Test state. Turn on, turn off, set percentage, set speed 8, turn off. Yes. So these are the service data command args. Very good, but that's the parameterize that I was doing on this one as well. Yeah, I'm not checking. Oh, this has a sleep timer as well. Nice, isn't it? We don't support it anywhere else. What I'm not doing here is I'm checking that the set percentage will disable the oscillator or not. So I'm going to have to figure that out. But again, one thing at a time. Also, I don't think do these actually have full. We don't have fixtures for them, do we? PyTest, Dyson Fun Device. Yeah, that patches the get platform to return the device, but it doesn't actually return a mock device, so they can like fake device or anything like that, so they can play around it. Okay, so let me figure out. Okay, the test should not change whatsoever. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start Hasil. This is importing that version of Dyson local anyway. And I'm going to overview. Okay, those are the steams. Oh, you're not seeing. Browser, it's here. Pure cool desk. So now it's in preset mode auto, and I can confirm, looking at it, that it's auto. If I now click here, preset mode went away. Awesome. And this is now running at 60%. I set this to auto, but set to auto, this is still set to 60%, but already it still shows us 60%. If I close this and reopen, does it? Yeah, it sets it to 0. That's fine. Doesn't update that part in real time. It's okay. So this part works fine. When I set the preset mode, the percentage becomes 0. Sorry, becomes no. Oh, I see why. In the code, I'm returning percentage whatever the speed is. If the speed is none, I return none. But otherwise, I return the preset. So I need to also or sub.device.auto mode. It is in auto mode. It's a preset mode. I don't want it to bother me doing that. So let me restart. Back to the browser. So now it's auto mode. The percentage preset goes away. Auto mode. Percentage is still there. Did I re-click on it? Okay. So that might not be the problem with the Dyson implementation. This may be just the way it is. Fine. Okay. So this part should be all right. If I'm setting one or the other, it's fine. Now it's in preset mode auto. I turn it off. I turn it on. And I get an invalid preset. Because I was expecting that to be turned on. So if set mode, self set mode, if percentage, set percentage. Let me start again. Okay, so now it's off. I'm turning it on. Turned on in auto mode. Awesome. And the preset mode is set to auto. That's correct. Now I'm setting the speed to 4. I think that's 4. And it's running. And I turn it off. And I turn it on. And the speed is still set to 4. Perfect. So this part is fine. Home Assistant doesn't need to keep the state because the Dyson keeps the state. That part is fine. Now that's going to be interesting when I'm going to set it to 0, but okay, one attempt to decode JSON with expected MIME type. Oh, but from this discovery. What IP address is this one? It's returning a not found. Yeah. Sorry, folks. Let me just figure out what that IP address is coming from. Random stuff that happens while you're streaming. Yes. Because like I'm a bit confused of why this thing is actually erroring out with. Also, it's unified discovery. It's definitely not a unified device because I'm looking at the unified devices over here. It's none of them. So funny enough, that's the internal IP address of Home Assistant, of the other Home Assistant integration. Is that not returning an actual... Like, it says it's 404 not found, but is there network actually returning 404? The network is actually returning a 404 error Status code 404 not found. And okay, so AIO, no, sorry, Unified Discovery, whatever the thing is here, does not know of checking the return value before trying to decode stuff as JSON. Yay! Not right now. Anyway, where was I? Yes, HA dies on that one is the one that I need. So, these should now do the right thing, I said. Yes, it presets, it disable auto mode. Now I need to deal with yeah, the device speed is known or the device is in auto mode. This one returns none. Speed count is still there. It disables auto mode if I set the percentage. And if I set the auto mode, it's disabled the percentage. All of that is fine. It only calls set preset mode or set percentage if either of these are fine. Now, percentage mode is 0. And the device is not, like, that's where this error came from. So this was calling the set percentage, and then so they say, oh, if that's 0 and you're not in auto mode, then but if it is in auto mode, set the percentage to 0. It doesn't work. So if the percentage is 0, turn off the device. Simple, isn't it? Because the turn off for many is to set the percentage to 0. But this one has an explicit turn off here. So yeah. Turn off. That should be it. Okay, let's restart. And then I'll set the thing to 0. I can confirm that it is, oh, it's set to 40, so I now set it to 0. Speed came back as 40, but it turned itself off. I guess the other thing I need to do is, if the device is off, return 0. That also means that over here, if percentage is not known, this will try to set percentage. So instead, this needs to be if percentage. Because I want to set any percentage as long as it is not 0. Let me terminate this again. Let me start this again. This is started. Okay, so the pure cold ask is off. Speed is 0. Preset mode is off. Let me try. If I just go to preset mode auto, stays off. Admittedly, the fun entity doesn't say, but setting it should turn it on. Yeah. turn off, turn on, set speed, set the speed percentage of the fan, set percentage. It doesn't say like turn it on if you set it. Preset mode, if I may have preset mode automatically control percentage. No preset mode is set, preset mode command is set to none. Manually setting a speed must disable in preset mode. It's possible to set the percentage speed manually without disabling preset mode to create a switcher service. Yeah, that's fine, that's alright. Okay, so it's working. So now it's set to auto. If I now set speed to something 5, fine. Then I set to 0, turn itself off. And if I turn it on again, it's back to 5. Because it actually stores whatever the setting is without storing it in the anything. So that's fine, that's working. Awesome, this part is done. This part was much easier. Yeah. Fun. Dimensions for this. Disables the other. Then what else was on turning? No specified parameters should use the most actually this is legal that it use the most. But because there is no convention, but it should be using the most recently set percentage and preset mode. As I said earlier, the HA fan sets it to 50% by default. The demo one sets it to 67%. And so I went, okay, we can restore whatever was there, we'll just restore it. Okay, this should take care of that part over there. This also has this set timer that we support and nobody else supports. Then there is the angle low and angle high, but we also do not support. Now that's the other good interesting thing that we could do, which is like we can store these attributes and restore them later. Never implemented it for Dyson, but I may as well do that because we have now what 2 more hours of me poking around with Home Assistant. I may still do more Dyson stuff, or I may switch over to the SoundPower, which I think I might because I actually need that to be working. So let me just see. Yes, this has actually triggered on my main Home Assistant right now, and that is a problem. So let me send a pull request for this thing. GHPR I don't have GitHub installed. Okay, so git remote app github.com Flameeyes HA Dyson which C fan improvements push GitHub. Let me just very quickly write a pull request for this one. Uh, do, do, do. Expand that entity in the main home assistant repository. Here we have been in percentage not once 2022 for is released. We can remove the whole speed clutch. Just make okay, so the file improvements have been sent out. I'm going for this to draft. Can I actually ask for a review? I cannot ask for a review, so I'm going to have to leave this one up. If you're curious about that one, that pull request is now this pull request over here. Awesome, isn't it? Great, this one is going to be forgotten. Now, back to the code, and we'll go back here. SongPal is the media player. In this case, SongPal on up to now all day has been just doing the silly thing of the SongPal, but doesn't work because this is the one that comes straight out of Home Assistant. I have a completely different version for it. So git branch, git checkout, git checkout, SongPal, git pull rebase, origin dev, origin. Okay. Yes, very good. Okay, so this version, it's a bit of a mess. It adds support for media controls, but I don't really want to have just... Okay, so for context, SongPal is awesome because there is an actual command line tool that can control the whole soundbar, most of the parameters on the soundbar. It works very great. It has a few rough edges along the edges. But the main thing there being, did I make any change recently? This refactors this and all notification. Yeah, so I think what's happening, and it might be completely off on my side, because I don't think, did I send this one? I'm losing track of oh, funny, Hasfest is failing on my pull request because it cannot parse the libdyson version because it's trying to parse it from main. Does it need the actual main branch libdyson to work? Maybe it does. Okay, never mind. Hasfest clearly is not working. We may just want to disable it. So Python SongPal master listener factor. Did I actually get this one merged? Two commit I had one behind it. Yes, notification listener refactor is merged, but it's not released, and that's what's going on. I think that because of this change, yeah, because of this change, I think the notifications are not received correctly. So I actually need this one. Issues. Yeah, I have a problem with this one at this point because I need a new release. Um, yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll need a new release for this one to actually work because we should be working fine, but I think it's not working correct. And the reason why it's not working correct is, well, yeah. So the reason why it's not working correct is because the previous version, this particular change that I made, you see the handle notification before was completely different the way it handled stuff. And in particular, it was not checking stuff in parallel, it was checking stuff in series. The first one, when one of them would error out, it would just have problems. I mean, it's still going to use the gather there. But not on the callbacks themselves. So it wasn't, yeah. It was a bit weird the way it was doing. This one works better. It actually returns stuff properly, and it doesn't return, like, it doesn't have an explicit return variable, but yeah, no, sorry, it doesn't print here, but was my other problem with that one. But I think that's the reason why the one that I have right now, because the version that I am running on my production Home Assistant doesn't have this. What it does have is the 0.14.1 that doesn't have this particular change, but I sometimes get an unable to connect, which I think we were getting here as well earlier. Yeah. Let me start. I'm going to start Hasio on like the Home Assistant with this version of SoundCloud. And it's starting. Okay, so I get the timeout error here on the coordinator and then get supported method. So this is not nice. I'm unable to support and it is cancelled error. This is a cancelled error because the timeout is 10. That timeout of while blocking the setup process. That's interesting though that it says unable to connect. Because indeed it is unable to connect. Is the phone app able to connect? The answer appears to be no, it's not able to connect even from this one. So okay, let me show you what I should be seeing. So if I go into Home Assistant for the song file, now I should see one device in 14 and 12 entities. One is because the media player changed unique ID between the two versions. It's known, it's not a problem. And these are all the various settings, but you can see that the status of all of these is unavailable. And that's because somehow the thing doesn't work. It's not. It's saying that it cannot connect. So I need to figure out why. I have no idea. Devices, sorry, clients. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to try and so it's connected to the AP light. I'm going to force a reconnection of the Wi-Fi of a thing. And that's by essentially kicking it with the Unify. And there is a background like attempt to reconnect to the device for this. The reason why this is particularly annoying is because when it happens during the day, during the usage, endpoint, yeah, there you go, guide endpoint. And it's timeout hours. Ah, now it got me a 404. It's an improvement. One of them is returning 501 though. Okay, let's see a few more seconds. So yeah, I set up some automations that should change a bunch of things based on whether the timing is working or not. Like if I'm choosing the second HDMI input on the soundbar, it will go ahead and prefer using that. Like it will be changing the volume of that. There you go, now it works. Yeah, some of these are currently unavailable. This one is intended. This one is just take that one is not existing. This one is always unavailable because I don't have a subwoofer. That one, if it goes for devices, it's probably easier. This setting is only present in certain situations, and the subwoofer, same thing. So everything works fine. It's just for sometimes it disconnects to the wrong Wi-Fi. Now, what might be is the second access point might have a problem. Because I do have a second access point there, but I don't really use it that often. So what I might, like I put it there just to be sure. And if I do disconnect it, I expect the word is going to be how many freaking radios has this thing? Like network standby and everything is set fine. How long has that been running uptime wise? Utilization is fine, and then I'm looking at the Unify dashboard. I'm not showing that because it has too much personal data in it. But that does mean that there's nothing I can do about any of this stuff because it's working fine. 16 days and the other one 16 days. No, they both need to start at the same time. I wonder. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to change the default timeout. So that's the initial delay retry, which is actually this one. going to rephrase this little bit because it's easier to read. But somewhere here I also there you go. Update interval. I'm going to change this to 5 minutes because I have a feeling that this might be like I keep subscribing to everything here. And I will not be surprised if the problem is that I call this create task list notification and it keeps creating more notifications. And like, do I have anything like that's a connect char change there? Okay, let me change this. Move this part here. Yes. Fix up coordinator. So here I'm going to listen to that. Am I using this anywhere? I'm not using this anymore. That's probably what I changed. When I change the listener task, I always reconnect the listeners. So started listeners boolean false. Not boolean. Okay. Or rather connected boolean false. So over here, if I disconnected, I'm going to self.connected. Is the right one, right? Yeah. If I disconnected here, when I request a sync, I go through this one, try this, raise here, with a timeout, self.connected goes through, and I need to create a task if I'm not connected. But that doesn't mean, okay, so what does a create task? Oh gosh, this is an abstract event loop. Okay, so back to browsing. Python abstract event. So the create task is returning me a task object. The task object can be cancelled. I can check if it is done. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to not bother with this self-connected together. I'm removing this part. This definition, keep it there, and this one. Now, set dot listener task is going to be that, and my listener task, what is going to be defined here, is going to be an async.io task or no. So it's going to be async.io task. So if not set.listener task or set.listener task done, then I'm going to create a new listener task, which means that the previous listener task has died, completed, whatever it is, then I create a new one. Otherwise, I'm not bothering creating a new one because I'm fairly sure that this is what's happening. I'm flooding the soundbar with too many requests and it's just crashing out. Fairly convinced that's the problem. Now I'm going to go for a second round. Let's see. Got no response, assuming success, no resulting response. How to handle? I don't know. Notify volume information, mute off, output nothing. No resulting response. What the heck does that mean? Notify syntax update. API mapping. Fine. Built-in subwoofer. Fine. That's the built-in subwoofer. Volume. Yeah. Sound built-in subwoofer. Type enum target. Built-in subwoofer. Okay, so it went and requested everything again. I see everything is fine. I think this is working fine then. Okay. Oh, I'm also getting task exception was never retrieved. Software update info details has no activities of it. But might be my fault. I mean, the other error I'm getting is this one. So, software update info details object has no attribute is available. Well, let me first figure out what to do with this. Fix up. You'll see why I'm just committing it this way later, because I'm going to just rebase everything into one thing. I need to write tests for this thing, which was the other thing that I was going to do today, if like everything else was too fast. We are 3 hours in. I have 1 more hour to go. There are a couple other things I can do rather than write the test for this yet. Among other things, I want to check this thing over here. So, software update info details, object has no attribute is updatable. This is happening on my actual production Home Assistant. So this is software update info details doesn't have it, and admittedly doesn't have an is updatable because that's coming from software update info. So this is okay. So I'm going back here in the binary sensor. Is updatable. This is actually from self-coordinator data SW update info SW info. Close. All right. I'm going to bring this to here. Close to right. So I'm asking for the software update info with get update info, which is this thing over here that returns software update info. Which is this is updatable here. It's come from software update info, not from software update info details. I know why. So over here, I'm taking the get update info and I'm putting into the SW update info. But in the notification, I'm putting into SW info. SW info is already, I'm putting the SW info back. I need to actually do this. This is because I changed the way the notification for the updates came from. So that's on me. Commit dash no here. Commit dash m fix up change notification. Okay. So that will take care of that. Oh, that's probably going to be what most of the other stuff. Is that the system out of date where that is coming as well? No. Key error, system out of date. Songpal entity 74. Line 74. If super is available and the title text ID is available, but the title text ID system out of date is not to be found. That's interesting because we should only get the system text ID for the stuff that actually is there. Creating new setting entity for whatever. Looking at semantics of number. Yeah, create new settings entity, no? Yeah, sound adjustment sound. Oh, because I'm creating them there. So I need to look for the binary one. Number. Switch. Select. Okay, let's. Let me start this again. Let's see. Okay, now I'm going to go back to logs. Settings, logs info, full assistant. This illegal argument is coming from upstream, so I don't know how to. Binary sensor, there you go. Setting up binary sensor. Setting up domain binary sensor. Setting up binary sensor. Songpal. Stopping listeners for. What is missing? Stopping listeners for refresh. Dot device. Sorry, is that the device? That's not domain. Oh yeah, this should be stopping the notifications every time it refreshes. So, but shouldn't have been the problem for the listener task. Which fan makes it a bit more confusing because it means that the soundbar is dropping off. And it used to be working fine, so I don't know why it will stop now. Okay, one thing at a time. Okay, just going to fix up the log for now. Okay. So this is creating new setting entity 4. That's what they want. Sound subwoofer, sound for system out of date. Yeah. So why is system out of date not working? So the system out update. So the error is because this thing over here, it says that settings doesn't have system out update. The coordinator settings. I mean, it gets all the settings from here. I can always change this one to be if it isn't, then something else is happening. Okay. Okay, let this thing run for a little while longer because like I don't know what else to do otherwise. Whatever is the shot. What changes do I have? Fix up data entity. Unneeded else. There you go. Yes. So I want to try to okay, so this one should probably be a fix up of that one. I'm fairly sure these can all be fix ups of this, and with fix up I mean just merge this into the base one. And it could not apply the coordinator itself, so git the base abort. So which one was it could not apply is the coordinator listeners, but it can apply this one at least. Sub coordinator, I'm fairly sure it can fix up this as well, and probably this one. And this one is probably this one. Okay. Yes. Now I can fix up that. Okay. And I want to fix up this way. So what I want to do is the media control is the complicated stuff, and I want to do that last. The device class is on the media player, so it's not particularly important. But I do want to get the settings right. And this is where the tricky one is. So that's because this part over here, and the media player settings I use for the shuffle type and so on. This part I need to copy over because I'll need it instead on the next diff, not this diff. Because I don't need any of this on this version. So accept current change. because you see this one does not have the volume. Yeah, so rewrite the whole thing, switch select number entities, binary transfer for update status, media player with state and sound mode support. This is meant to work with 040. So this is actually central. Yeah, that's fine. Support the features which a binary sensor provided for updated status. All of that is true. And essentially, I rewrote the whole thing when I did that. Now, the problem is media player settings. Yeah, okay, so that's a device class map is that part over there. When is this being used? Maybe that this is not actually used. Title text ID, repeat type, shuffle type, and sound mode. I mean, this could have been like stray stuff, but then because maybe I was subscribing to those. So to get lane system components on media player. Apple text ID. So I added that in this one. It shows this one. Yeah, that's why I rewrote it. Like I don't actually need these anymore. Oh, because shuffle and repeat type, I never actually implemented those properly. Okay. That simplifies things. Okay, so this part is done. I'm going to push for GitHub. This particular diff. The song pal entities diff is not going to be fixed overnight. It's not going to happen very soon. What I need to make sure for this one is whether it still happens, but it just disappears. Like I turn it on now, I turn it off now. If I see it going unavailable, at least here I'll have all the logs. So I'm going to be running this one in the background for a few more hours while I play and do stuff. But it's going to be for later, for another time, not now, clearly. The next step up is going to be, okay, this one as I said I don't need anymore. I just want to go ahead, close everything. So, a friend sent me a question about widings, whatever it is, integration. So I have a couple of backtraces. In particularly here, for flow in async progress by handler. Async progress by handler. What does this return? This return a list of flow results, but actually, flow handler to flow result, because what is getting is dict object has no attribute context because flow is a dict. And the flow result is a type dict, but has no, it does have a context, but it's a type dict. That's interesting. So if it is a failure to thingy, the context is that. If the context is the same, check if the array of flow already exists. If flow.context equal context. I'm having a home assistant PR. Failed. Yeah, okay, the sample one. I need to write it down. Okay, that's interesting. Let's try to figure this out. Yeah, should get blame on this one. I don't get git blame review, do I? I'm so used to have a bunch of things integrated that I don't even doubt the ability to have it. Okay, let's go over the code on the other side. Browsing time. Also, don't forget, please, we only have 30 pound there, and on this thing. It's not the only thing, obviously. But on this thing, we only have 30 pounds. So if you have anything like flameeyes.com/Ukraine 2022. So github.com, Home Assistant core, and I want to go into Home Assistant, components, meetings, sorry. How is it spelled? Meetings. Come on, okay. Yeah. Because otherwise it's going to be impossible to read, I guess. So context. This is what you git blame. There we go. So add within back. Indexing progress flows to avoid linear search. This hasn't changed in a long while. So what this was doing is, instead of going on every single flow, find the context and the handler, this was like, hey, find only my domain and then find the right thing. Okay, but kind of makes sense. Now let's browse back in the code. Flow.context. Oh. So there are other places that use flow.context. Like the whole alpha init here uses flow.context. 22. But flow is a login flow, and flow is a flow handler. not a flow result. Is that the problem? Was it broken there? No, this returns async progress. Which returns a list of flow results. No, so that's fine. But either that was broken before, which is possible. What if I go before? No, that's part of the ad. That's something else changed. No, that was part of the ad within webhooks. Okay. So flow result is a type. A flow handler is something else because it's this thing over here. But and this one actually has a context. I don't think this ever worked. I can't think how that will work because this is a type dict. Which is part of typing. A dictionary type that declares all the instance of a certain set of keys. Kind of like a data class. The type dict has... No, it's kind of... Type. I think this might be just... Yeah, there is no documentation of this working with like the attribute syntax rather than the... Well, I guess this thing never worked. So let's refactor this code over here because it makes no sense. So this is going to go... It looks for the first flow where the context is the context, and otherwise it's going to be no. And it doesn't do anything with it, just checks for it. So if any flow for flow in, if any flow context equal context for flow in. Okay, so I hope this one is still going to run because I can't. Okay, so I'm going to check out readings, fixes, origin. Check out this. PyTest, tests, components, readings, whatever. Run me. It is the arrow. I don't know what arrow is, but never mind. With SBI. Crap. No. Did I? Nope. Oh, come on. Flux readings. Finance test. All the stick. E. B. Is. Start speed install. Again, because I cannot install the whole thing, otherwise my whole computer crashes, but I don't know why. Let's run it again. Okay, something is failing. The test of failure 119. Unauthorized. How does it fail? So it says that 2 is the length of, I think, get flow for user ID. Asset length flows equal. So this is get, I think get flows for user ID has person 0 user ID. This is person 0 user ID. Okay. You see, this one uses flow context because get user ID there. Does type dict allow me equal comparison? Yeah. Those two dicts are the same according to what thing. But does this mean that this actually, does it work right now? It does work right now. Which means this matches, like it doesn't recreate it. Okay. Does this thing create a flow in the test? Return float, return next, flow. Okay. If I change this around this way to actually inspect the context as a thing, does it pass? No, it fails. Because there are two. because somehow in that test, flow.context is valid. But from what I see here, it should not be. I'm going to print this and try again. Now, that's a log. So it returns two things. One is completely empty. But is strange. Can I just do this one? I don't remember the syntax on how to do this, so you'll have to excuse me if I get the wrong one. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, capture std out call with that print over there. Assert len of at least wait. What? The line of this is true? Oh yeah, that's the flow of this. Very well. Okay, let me try something different. Because the context really has profile, user ID, source, and placeholders. That's why the context doesn't match. Is current real flow, and that's going to be a flow result. Turn flow context profile equals file and flow context. Sorry, flow context user ID equals user ID and flow context source equals source. And if any is current real flow for flowing thing over there returns. Let's see if this one passes. This is failed because context is not defined. Oh, okay, so check out HP. No, split. Yes. That is full real low. This one is still a low result, which means that over here I'm going to do return all flow context key is equal value for key value in context items. And now it passes. I have no clue how it used to work before. It's context something, but it's... Okay, let me rerun all of the within texts now. It'll pass. No, no, yes. Maybe. Pa-pa-da-pam, pa-pam. Okay, so this part should be done. This piece over here. Create another piece over here on line 38 of this one. Or maybe not. Oh no, it's on the common API. Yeah, unfortunately for most of the other stuff I will have to, like, I don't have an access myself, so I can only expect this one to be the main problem. Well, I'm going to push this to GitHub in the meantime. And I'll check if my... Yeah, the HCA A7000 seems to be fine now. So it's interesting. This has a common, it has a sensor. They use this base weaving sensor, which is from common. It's interesting, but it's implemented this way. It does have a data manager with a data update coordinator. but, yeah, it is this data manager with webhook. I really don't like this. Get it? Oh. I don't like what either next. Basically, that's what I don't like. Everything else is like a bunch of attributes. Yeah, I don't have anything else I can change on this one just yet. Okay, so I have half an hour left. This is still working. Nobody seems to have joined. Nobody seems to have donated. I actually had the alert on screen if anybody did. Yeah, that didn't work out. If anybody's following and like or watching this on demand afterwards, sorry, it's not going to show up, but please do consider donating to either the British Ukrainian Aid or any other charity. This is a difficult time for many. We'll all do our best. You know, I can freestyle for another 20 minutes and see if anybody comes up. Or I can start looking at the restore state, particularly for the HUD ISON one, actually the ISON one. So let me just take a quick look. So let's figure out how that works. So code, custom component, local ISON. Oh, sorry, ISON local. So, what? I hope you're not hearing this noise. I think it's time for me to close the external windows because it seems to be a little too windy right now. And as you may remember, the external window is also controlled by Home Assistant. So let me do that. And it's going now. So the pure cool entity, the Dyson pure cool entity, fun entity, this one. I have two fans that supports this one. One fan is actually pure humidifying cool, but one does not support the angle. But this one has these extra trait attributes, which are the angle low and angle high, which is essentially how far one side or the other it goes. I have never tried configuring this for anything in particular, but we can try. That means having a reproduced state for this, most likely. But I don't know if anybody's doing that. So let me see if anybody is actually doing that at all. Home Assistant components, anything reproduce state of P1. So water heater, vacuum. The platforms themselves have a reproduced state. I don't think any component has a custom reproduced state. It's interesting. There is a group component. I have no idea what the group component is. The group entities, I see. I mean, this would also be interesting because there are a lot of entities. but I don't think that's... Yeah, I don't think there is an easy way to do that. I'm looking at this. Entities also have similar property state attributes, which should not be overridden by integrations. The property is used by base entity components to add standard sets of attributes to a state. Fine. If you're designing a new integration, you should define access state attributes. Again, fine. What this doesn't tell me is if I have a custom state, how do I... Supporting C, sorry. Home system supports for scenes, the collection of partial states. Okay. Integrations are responsible for adding support to Home system to be able to calibrate service to reproduce the state in a scene. Fine. Create a new file in an integration folder. Implement the following method. Nobody's implementing it. That's the thing. Nobody is implementing it at all. They have it for the types. Will we be the first one to implement it? I mean, the best thing will be to actually group to actually have the angle to be exposed as its own entity, but I don't think that's going to happen because it's essentially it's two values. There are some limitations of what they can be, but okay, let's try. Fun reproduce state. That's the one that we have. But then, no, I'm not. So the problem is that the reproduce state is for a single integration. So that means that we'll have to find to figure out for each one of these, like, hey, can I reproduce the state for this particular component over here? That's why this is like by integration. Like the fun entity has a reproduce state, but it makes perfect sense. Yeah, this one I'm not sure how to sort out because like nobody's doing this anywhere else. And I really would like to be able to know how to. I would like to see an example somewhere else to have done this before I try to do it. I can't figure out why. So let's go back to the reading sensor for the moment for a second. So Yeah, so the way this one works, it just creates a base sensor here. And it creates... Oh, it creates them also. Okay, so this is... Everything is wrapped into this one single 1100 line... 1100 lines file. I was saying, like, this thing over... This sensor here is very short because it doesn't do anything. It only defines this one class over here. And then everything is implemented here. And like the way this is implemented is it has these weaving attributes, but becomes like their sensor domain, they become sensors. Otherwise, they become binary sensors. Anyway, so let's see for a moment. Updating. Okay, this is the weaving. I love how this one is weaving instead of weavings. It tells you what's going on. Oh, what is this trying to do? Wow. So this executes this asynchronously. For Syria in response to series. That's a very interesting way to do it. And then it rounds 4 if it is not known, otherwise it's not. Okay. Gosh. I don't think I understand what this is trying to do. Okay, let me start with an easy problem and code mypy. These are the list of the stuff that is actually tested. So weavings is actually marked as being... Oh, ignore error, true. Okay, I guess they turn this around. How do I run mypy? Just mypy. On the flash mypy home assistant component weavings command UI. Oh no. PM activate, very good. Pip install upgrade mypy. I guess I managed to do the one in the VM, but not the one outside. In the meantime, my pull request for the fun state passed all the pre-submits, so fine, awesome. Okay, let's see what this thing does, what this thing says. Library substance install for request, fine. Return value expected and nothing happened. Argument update method has incompatible type. Okay. Incompatible report type expected string. And argument show it's an optional any instead of string. What's going to be interesting? Oh, these are fun because both self underscore attribute is because it goes to this thing over here that has measurement, measured type. Yeah, okay. So this is a data class. Icon is string or none. It should never be string or none. You need to measure friendly name. All of those things should be set. And there is this measurement, which is from const import measurement. It's one of these. Awesome. Gosh. So it's trying to do some things being a little bit weirder than it should be. This thing returns none, but it should actually return a measure type. Yeah. So because this one returns instead of actually returning any data, I think things just stopped working correctly. Because yeah, the update method is this one. So the good thing is this one is on the internal, so that's easy. But the data update coordinator, that's what it's getting wrong. And thank you for the donation. Get anonymous only, but thank you, because every little helps. Yeah, so data update coordinator has incompatible type. It should return an awaitable, which is this thing over here. It's fine. And this says that it's an optional dict any, but it should always return dict any. Now, if the update method, what does happen if the update method returns none? The async update data returns none. And what happens if this thing returns none? Then data gets none. So when that happens, so we should raise update failed instead of returning none. So that will be 757. That's the code over here. Does it do anything particular for authentication problems? I just need to do this one, and then it's going to be like, hey, this actually failed. Wow, I think this whole broken, because this one should just go on all failed. It should just do the right thing. Like if you raise these, it will go back into, hey, this is not authenticated. Okay, so let's try to take a quick look for that. So there is one service that I definitely know does this correctly, and that's a tile. And the reason why I know that is because mine is currently throwing, but it's not authenticated because I have to relog in, and I have to relog in because it's a god awful story. So let's start one thing at a time. There you go, right? That's all it needs to do. I'm fairly sure that's all it needs to do. It doesn't need to do the config flow stuff. So this is a flow handler. Does this thing actually, what's the name of the thingy? Async progress by handler. Does style actually do anything with it? It doesn't. That's how the okay. That update because of course it's just a device tracker, so that's the easy one. So the coordinator is this thing over here. Update. Does it update something? Oh, because this one it's easy. It's a coordinator thing. So available location accuracy, latitude, source handle, coordinate update from latest data. This is the update from latest data. And these updates from underscore tile, which is tile. This thing over here, it's not installed. I guess it's by tile. By the way, it's by tile. Yeah, I don't think this needs to do anything about it. I seriously think this is just broken. I'm going to just. Oh, no, because this is just trying to say like this user ID and this source. That's like if it is an unauthorized exception or it is a or it matches that it is not authorized, raise what was it? Config entry or failed. str exception from exception. That means all of this part over here, it's gone. I just need to make sure to import this, which is from here. Here. Now the source tree of here doesn't do anything. There you go. Now if I look at this, like that thing always, here you go. Oh, now I can remove this none because this can only return. This also cannot return none. And so this to retry here. Might be wrong, but let's see. Much better, much better. 1011. That is that's profile. Expected string profile. It's yeah, that should be a string anyway. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to reset my type. It. Low result important. Low result. To try again, and then we should be done. Okay, let's try. So let's see if this one works. I think I'm done. I'm fairly sure that this is going to improve the situation with. Oh, I should run it on the test as well. Because I haven't. Exiting from this one, exiting from this one. Please. But it's already installed, it says. So let's try again. Pytest Flameeyes. I expect the test to fail now. Yeah, because the flow is not. I'm not creating the flow variable. In case of an all failure, this thing expects me to have a flows, but I'm not actually. I'm going to just let it take care of the failure. So I need to fix that first. Yeah, not having the not having a way to actually do this, it makes things a little bit complicated. The code underneath is also a bit on the messy side. Not terribly so, but like I've seen worse, let's put it this way. But I've also seen much better. Let me put it that way. This has installed, still running. I still see the soundbar fine. Does my normal Home Assistant see the soundbar? My normal Home Assistant is seeing the soundbar fine. Yeah, I don't know. I guess one thing at a time. Yeah. I keep saying one thing at a time. Like that seems to be my motto today. One thing at a time. Let me fix one thing at a time. Yeah. Yeah, I have a fun improvement sent for the HA Dyson. You're happy to go and use that if needed. I will have more Home Assistant goodies in the future. I was planning to do some C/C++, maybe Rust with Unpaper today. I turned out not to need to do any of that because the problem that people kept asking me about turned out to be a bad build from Arch, and they fixed it. So one less problem for me. Yeah, let me know if this was useful, if you want to see more of it. If you don't, well, you can also tell me. A few people have told me, but they don't like just seeing the random things being done. I'm just trying to spend some time and getting stuff fixed. This is essentially just the stream of consciousness of the way I work. So take it as you may. Anyway, have a nice weekend, everybody. Bye.